Alrighty. And it's dimmed out a little bit. We are in Ace Attorney once again this week. Soph and I don't know where we were. It looks like we left off. Ah, yes. Let's see specifically what the log was. Oh, right, I gotta do funny voices tonight, too. I'm able to speak freely. Don't indicate a ruffian. Holding information. I don't remember this. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin. Okay, we're having him testify because we suspect there's an additional person that was on board.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. Okay. Leave well alone. Did we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? I think we could testify. I can testify. You got this.
Well, prosecution doesn't want them to. They probably do want them to.
Yeah.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say.
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
Where something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, it would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, but we'll hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Konnichiwa.
Hi, Lux. Welcome in.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. What was I saying the other day?
What?
I was saying something the other day. I forgot what it was, but it was like a mix of... It was like Japanglish. I was mixing... I was like, konnichiwa. I don't remember what I was saying.
Something to do with bonjour.
Oh, it was something to do with bonjour, wasn't it? I can't remember. Bonichiwa is what it was.
Right. No, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, calling Mr. McGonagall.
Mr. McGonagall.
Have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure, I have. Oh Lord, I don't even remember how to approach this. To be sure, I have, my lord.
And now, two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. First, why the fuck did you kill that man?
But I didn't, my lord.
Is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no! It's not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded.
The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night of it, myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
True?
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You What?
Smacks, but has nothing to say. No. Magnus McGill did. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know if I had nothing when... I said nothing when I was taken in by police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, a little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They would hold her into this here courtroom just like myself. It was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who is this young child of whom you speak?
That... I don't know.
You don't know.
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What?
What?
What? What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Escaped? Escaped. Secure the omnibus.
Hey, hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. They were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
To be continued. We were so close to be continued.
Yep.
That's how it always happens. And then when we decide to actually push on, then it takes forever.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here now.
Alright, good stream.
Yeah, alright guys. Great stream. We had great network connectivity tonight. You guys have a good one. 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
What just happened in there?
Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Miss Susato.
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
Smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But it would have done something like that.
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Leave the courtroom? Why?
Ryunosuke, ask yourself this question.
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Then could it be? The other passenger that Mr. McGilda was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilda, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder? What was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself?
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. And that comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But that's not my line.
but now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange.
Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial recommence in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
Well, no soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes. February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
Where's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded? Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord?
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army! In the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies a stand.
Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
Ahem. If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass here is here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give us your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Just what did happen that night? That's what we've been trying to solve.
Whole point of the chapter.
It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything.
Well. Alright, Ryunosuke. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up from a fair start. With a fair start, I mean. There was a fair collapse on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding an omnibus. Is that correct?
It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This lace was the 5th passenger, my lord.
Very well. Defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord.
You cross-examine the girl even though she didn't say anything.
Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. 1,000-yard stare.
Main thing is, he's looking directly at the jury and judge too, as he's just like dissociating.
You guys know what I'm supposed to be doing here?
You guys do this all day, every day, right? Like, or the judge does at least. Like, do you know where I go from here? Okay. She didn't make any sounds during. I'm just gonna press everything. Left trigger to press.
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one in the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means. Just how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite from the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it is the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. No thud.
A loud thud, you say. The scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. Oh, that sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, or woke me, and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the Willy on the floor.
You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream?
Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume?
Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
You sat him up? The victim, you mean?
That I did. Only see the cross from my eyes, I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you?
Yes.
Just common courtesy, so it is.
I find it a little hard to believe.
I don't know. And Lord Van Zyg's? No, why would that be?
You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special lane of business.
Business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest?
Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where it at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble.
Are Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there?
Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the ways and wherefores first.
Why isn't wherefores?
Right, you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. Like the wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same?
Doesn't wherefore basically mean why?
You know? This man may just like his words.
Probably.
Not as much as some others, but he may still like his words.
Yes. Scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim.
So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as they woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
Good gracious! Aspadacious.
Mhm.
Under your backside?
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo, I can say your name correctly. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember?
Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. We totally haven't looked under that seat like 3 times.
Yeah, definitely not. And got spooked by the carriage door at least twice. This would be a good time, a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her.
You say she was hiding herself.
Aye, that's right. It's hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, so well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest.
You're really overacting this.
Still, you know, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. Chinwag.
Seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You saw this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see.
Um,
And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
in other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason?
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and barely confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you. I've heard enough. Events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people their purses. What's commonly called a big pocket.
What? I surely thought it was a Herlock the entire time.
Ah, it could still be. We don't know yet. We haven't seen her face.
This girl here, petty thief.
Also making the name Lestrade a pickpocket.
Order, order! Is this true, Mr. Strahd? Miss Lestrade, you'll answer the question.
Oh my goodness.
Ah. How dare you? What's the meaning of this? Why didn't anyone take that away from you? Ah.
Oh.
The girl, she's gone.
Open your eyes. Oh, never mind. It was not him. It was her. Oh my god. What kind of voice?
Irish.
Huh?
She could be Irish, you don't know.
You maybe. Maybe. I'm over here. That's not what I wanted to go with, but it came out that way. Wow.
Oh, Australian.
I know. It was weird. I don't know what it was.
Good gracious. Oh.
What was the point of that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grumps are all the same. Sister Little Dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. It's a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast.
Oh.
He's
Look.
immune.
Hmm?
He's immune.
Yeah, he's already just done. He's already just done. He's like, might as well. This might as well happen. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do are these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do.
Let me guess. You don't count small guns among weapons for thugs?
Oh, this? Yeah, this was what in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Wonder where she got that from.
Hey, do not wave that thing in my direction again.
He needs a drink.
Your cup budget has to be insane.
So, you admit that you were riding on the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, Les. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
Court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case, even though she was hiding inside a seat when it happened.
Hmm?
Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright. If I have to. What the girl saw. So we snuck inside the carriage before they'd hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time.
I've got nothing to show for me troubles at night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. That's not how I pronounce it, but it is the same, whatever. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. It did help me get away mine.
Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why you let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You'll see. She couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hating herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
Alright, young
Show me
lady.
how to sit down.
Young lady, please go crawl into the hold again. Okay, Mr. McGilded, please go sit on top of the seat again.
Alright, Mr. Mason, sit across from them.
Okay. This is where I sit last night. Not last night, that night.
And the cubby hole of which you were spoken is underneath this seat, I presume? I almost thought it said chubby hole.
Jeffy, I almost thought I said that too.
Yes. It does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of this girl's stature. Also, where'd all this man's stuff go?
Aye, but the Corso we last was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah!
So you see, that's why I let this bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass.
My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
You were wanting to stab him with a sewing needle not that long ago.
My lord! This is an example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. My voice changes every time I talk.
It's fine. It's his quirk.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Thanks alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean...
This mean what?
that we're victorious!
We've won? Are you sure? It's an Ace Attorney game, but it's not a real murder. Is that her?
Oh my lord! This man is definitely a fucking prosecutor. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. I've got alliteration. Willy Wonka weighs whales at Wisconsin. That's indeed perhaps something he would do. Who knows? I don't know what Willy Wonka does in his free time. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotions rule the day.
Emotion? What are those?
I don't know. I've lost them ever since Cosma died. The witness's statement, the latest statement, gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean, his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGill's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from underneath the seat.
What? You know, you're supposed to get an observation. Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Counsel?
During a smoke bomb attack. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary? Constabulary? The deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponin's friend.
Me?
When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. We did. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
Well, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy.
Sorry?
Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes.
Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? Do I lie in court? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat of the omnibus?
I didn't look.
I think we'll get more.
I do wonder if not. I do wonder if not checking changes how this plays out.
You know, one has to wonder. I'm trying to remember if there's anything that would have to have been triggered by us looking through the whole thing beforehand. I don't know.
She did mention that now is a good time to look at it, so I do wonder.
Yeah, she did.
I think we get more trouble if we lie, and I don't think claiming negligence on this would be very good either, so... I'm sorry, Mr. McGilded. There was...
Claiming negligence might just be like, you're not allowed to be an attorney, fuck out.
Pretty much, yeah.
I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause, counsel with the defense. But as far as I remember, at least... When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel?
Be whist! Oh, what are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here.
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand.
Why would you say something to compromise his position? I seek the truth, Van Zykes.
Why did you answer the question?
Yeah, why did you answer my...
I asked you.
Truthfully! Why did you answer my question truthfully, young man?
As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible.
Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilgood.
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing me best interest here, lad. Now then. I feel this memory is a curious thing, not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat. It's as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests now to admit that you might have been mistaken?
Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. A compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. That way wasn't that who's one. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpurse are lying. Ah. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Sticking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick.
Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems.
My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate.
Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. No, it's pretty balanced.
Considering we're right at the middle where the skills are balanced right now. We're pretty balanced right now.
Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Pointing out facts and stuff.
Oh, how dare he. Hey, you know what? He's better than some of the prosecutors we've met thus far within the series.
True.
Okay. Alright, Gina.
So, you're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run?
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, Ned.
Is she Australian?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying my best to do. No, I don't think it's Australian. I don't think it's Australian. I think it's.
Sounds like an Australian.
Well,
thing.
that's true. Yeah.
I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Yeah, let us clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. We're paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 at which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. Our conk of a driver always goes for some grub before it's the last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach. No. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always check all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. And like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell ya.
Horse paraphernalia.
Hmm?
Horse paraphernalia?
Yeah, horse paraphernalia.
Seems to have reached the end of the line of inquiry. Continue. Equine inquiry.
Equine inquiry.
Waste of time? Why is that?
Well, most nights I'm on my own, the God permit. I'm sorry. Most nights I'm on my own in the God permit. At least some. I don't know if that's meant to be like that or if that's a fucked up sentence, but we're going for it.
I think it's an old Britishism. I just couldn't tell you exactly what it means. It just has like mannerism energy.
Yeah, it does kind of. I'm just like I wasn't quite sure like how to derive what is meant to be a verb, what's meant to be an adjective, what's meant to be like something to describe something. I don't know. Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit, at least some old time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah. Well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away.
That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin.
Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to leave the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm going to fiddle. I'm getting Irish again.
I mean, I told you she might be.
I don't know. It kind of reminds me of just like the rough Cockney accent. I think that's what they're trying to elicit from.
Yeah. I was going to explain the butchers, and they're probably going to explain it here in a moment.
Yep.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. That's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice.
Why doesn't she stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? There's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. Nothing else for it.
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily?
That's right. And when I felt the cushion over my head getting lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim.
Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim. Could it not?
Where's the loud bang?
Hmm.
Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the chance to deny. The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGildy's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turned around and looked right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never risked looking. Okay. Before we continue on with this, we must go take our hourly ad break. So, if you guys will hang tight for just a little bit, we're going to do our ad break for the next few minutes to keep pre-roll ads off for all y'all. So yeah. Be right back.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Alright. Let's get back into this here. I think this was the final one. It looks like it might have been. Huh?
Hard to tell.
Just a wee bit. I think I can tell whenever I talk and my little thing disappears for half a second. It looks like it might be the last one.
And there's normally an arrow on the right side too.
There's an arrow on the right side?
There would be. If it
Oh.
wasn't
Oh,
the
that's
last
true.
one.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm like, well, we're definitely blocking that. I can't see that. Okay, so we did this one. Yeah.
When Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oh no. How awful. With me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. To her gloves.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? Had a chin wag, as it were?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. And I heard something from up above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, I presume.
Well, I didn't want no one to see my face, so I didn't look up. When the horses were drawn up smartish, this here Irishman says to me, "Get back on the seat. I'll see what you can get away with. I'll see that you can get away later." I can read. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent.
One brief shining moment? Yes.
It's clear that they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict if we want.
One might say that the jury is a bit hot and they're cold. They're a bit yes and they're no.
Are they up and
Yes.
down? Is the jury Katy Perry times 6?
Yep. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Have you tried pointing dramatically?
That seems to help a lot of your descendants, so maybe it'll work for you too.
I guess we're gonna find evidence for one of these things?
I guess so.
Or
Um,
unless they did the stupid thing that the trilogy did, where it's like, oh, you pushed the later thing, now you gotta press an earlier
right?
thing.
Yeah, that's a load of crap. That's strange. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. That's strange to denote.
Yeah?
This guy... I can't look at profiles. That really... I want to be able to look at profiles. I'm not trying to remember. I think this guy had... Maybe not, though. Did this guy... Do you remember if this guy had a hat in his profile picture?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a very strange thing to denote here. Maybe the two guys on top of the carriage did something to frame Mr. McGilden, since was it the banker guy has a debt with McGilden?
Yeah. Like, he is like the one person in the entire fucking situation that had a decent motive.
Yeah.
Like, McGilden, technically, I guess, because the guy, Mason had debt to him too,
Yeah.
but what good is killing him to do?
Yeah, what good is killing him going to do? When I
You're
think
definitely
was
not getting the money.
yeah, you're definitely not getting the money now, but not only that, but it was what I think it was denoted that today or the day of the crime was his last payment or something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you would achieve by killing him. Like, not only are you not getting your money, but at the same time, it's not like you're going to get him any more debt by killing him. Like, if you're after the money, then neither this action does not benefit either of those thoughts.
Break his leg or something.
Right? Yeah. Maim the poor
Take a
guy. Don't
pinky,
kill
don't
him.
kill him.
What?
Yeah. Take a pinky or something.
Yeah, mob style, before the mob. Oh, you know, the mob actually might have been around this point in time. I'm not
Yeah.
sure exactly when New York and the Italian mafia and all that stuff started up, but it's not as old as I think it is.
Well, I know they were prevalent by like the 20s, I think. So, it might have been before that.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, late 1800s.
Late 1800s. Okay, they could have been around.
Yep.
Yeah, take a pinky like the mob.
Granted, that's American, whereas this is Britain. So
True.
It could have been even earlier over here, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm sure organized crime has been a thing for fucking ever, though.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Okay. What do you have to say,
I don't know if
Gina?
it's a waste of time. I don't know if it'd be a waste of time or not to look at the omnibus again, given the apartment
True.
changing.
It's not. It wouldn't hurt. Not shoot. Oh. Suck, Gina. Sorry, we're not talking right now.
I have a question, but first...
Let me look at this bus.
Look at this bus.
Yep.
Phoenix Wright Omnibus.
I should name my great grandson that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's so fucking stupid if this is where the name came from.
Poor Phoenix.
Both the first name and the last name.
Yeah.
That's how kids work.
Yeah. No, it's just an orchestrated plan where he's gone in and he's changed his last name and praying that eventually down the line, one day his great-grandson, he leaves like in his will. He makes it like a stipulation for that, for his own son to put that in his will for his next son. My great-grandson will be named Phoenix Wright. It's empty now.
This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
I wonder.
Golly gee willikers.
Well,
Wait, did we analyze the bloodstain on the floor before?
maybe not.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if it would like let you look down far
Yeah.
enough. That's blood, isn't it?
No, it's.
ketchup.
I was just say it's Kool-Aid. Is something wrong?
Oh, it's just, well, bloodstain is salt. That's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it.
I suppose it does seem a little strange.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
Hmm.
I'm just full of feelings.
How are you full of feelings? You didn't know what emotions were. You'd forgotten about those.
So I'm so confused by all these feelings.
That's true. Yeah, he can't
He
pit.
doesn't know what they are.
He can't pit one on one. I have this sensation, but what do I do with this? He's saddled with unnecessary feelings. I feel
Full
like
circle. Comes full circle.
it comes full circle.
As it turns out, Ryunosuke isn't actually Phoenix Wright's ancestor.
No.
He's Miles Edward.
Yeah, it's Van Zyx that's Phoenix Wright's ancestor. Oh, if there's really anything else to look at in here.
I think that's really all that would have been different.
Yeah. Was the bloodstain there earlier? I don't remember or not. Like the floor one.
I don't know if we like just didn't look down far enough.
I know.
Because that's what caught me.
Honestly, if I'm not like looking at my toes, then I could easily bypass it.
That's why I wasn't sure earlier if we had looked at it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Granted, it also would have been a week and a half since we did. So.
Yeah. I might be able to remember something. Snippets. But I don't remember. I'm just looking here too that I don't see any like outside access. Just to see if there was like another way in, another way out, right? But I personally don't see it. You have to go inside under the chair to be able to get in there. I don't know. Like through all this. I'm sorry,
Also,
Gina.
If she had tossed all the stuff in the corner, then either the stuff would have been sitting on the seat, which would have been kind of a pain in the ass, or would have been sitting on the other seat, which means that she couldn't sit next to Mr. Mason.
Yeah. Not only that, but how would she... If she tossed all the crap onto the seat that, wasn't next to Mr. Mason, how would she have gotten back in it, you know?
Yep.
Like, if a human being sitting on it, it's enough of a problem for her to get in and out. How would she balance all the stuff on top of it and then slide herself under? Much less have Mr. McGilded sit on top of the seat as well and not be like, what's all this crap?
Oh, a pillow for me.
A pillow for me. I love horse reins and buckets.
You did comment that that was a less comfortable seat.
Yes, and then he
So,
mentioned that he
maybe
liked
does.
that. Oh no.
Equine inquiry.
Equine inquiry again. Well,
That's just the newspaper in Matlin. The Equine Inquirer. Right with the bird.
the Equine inquiry. Oh my gosh.
Because I'm sure that a war-torn nation totally has a thriving journalism
Yeah, definitely.
industry.
Considering the only newspaper we've seen thus far is within Fontaine, like definitely. Loving nearly jumped out of my skin because this swell found me. He did help me get away mine. Or they hooked up the horses just like always. You know? We haven't looked up anything. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong one again. We haven't looked up anything in this game yet, have we?
No.
Can't quite remember. I feel like everything's been pretty intuitive thus far. Is Gina Lestrade our match though? Have we finally come to the crossroads? Or we have to go find a wiki? Couldn't possibly be the culprit. Oh, you know what? Well, I'm thinking about it. I need to take my allergy medicine. I feel a headache on the back of my head. Trying to be a headache. Okay. Gina. What are you hiding from us? The game's like, we're gonna give you multiple witnesses again. We're not gonna make it very obvious what we need to go do. Oh look, this man gasped dramatically at what this other person said. What are you two hiding from us? Like inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. That was right, old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles at night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. After a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. The scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away mine. Oh. What do we need? Well, the lack of blood is strange. I think we've talked about this before. I don't know if it's connected or not,
Yeah.
but the lack of blood is strange. Especially she got it all over her hands. That's weird.
Only on his right hand.
He said he tried to stop the bleeding, I think.
He did say that earlier.
At which point, how did her hands get covered in blood?
Because so the story of events as they're telling them right now, right, is that man fell over onto the floor, woke up McGilden. McGilden saw the dead man, was like, well shit, I gotta sit this man back up. So he got up from his seat and sat the man back up. To which when he turned back around, he saw Gina peeking out from underneath the seat, and then pulled Gina out and sat her next to Mason, who was dead. And then at some point Mason fell on her, and I think in the attempt to get him off, she got blood all over her hands.
I guess by that there had been supposedly more blood than when Miguel picked him up, so.
Yeah.
Does her testimony talk about getting the blood on her hands, or was that a press?
I think it was a press. We don't have anything. The start from, we'll see specifically from the start here. I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Nothing but the blood, doesn't talk about the specifics of the man falling on her and stuff like that. Getting blood on her hands. I don't know.
Nothing burger of testimony.
I know, it really is. And we still have this knife. Is it W? Is it M? The world may never know. Obviously.
Weird thing is, I was at my brother's last Friday, and they had some sort of candy container from something they went to.
Yeah.
And it had a W on it. And the font of that W is almost exactly the same as this,
That's
except
so
the
funny.
curl was on the other side.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh, you found a piece of evidence in real life, so. This is a... I don't know, the fancifulness of the W really does remind me of, like, Willy Wonka, and I can't tell you exactly why, but I feel like they use a font somewhere that's similar to this. The sharp pointed W and then the curls. Well, we still don't know if this is a W or an M. Presumably it's a W, but I don't know if it's a red herring. Because everybody's like, no, obviously it's an M.
It is an M, and I will kill you if you tell me otherwise.
Pretty
Okay,
much.
fine.
Yeah. I will use this M
They
knife
even-
to kill you if you even mention this could be a W.
I think we mentioned it to Susato, and she's like, "Are you fucking
I
stupid?"
think so, yeah. She's like, obviously it's an M. Yunosuke, alright?
And he didn't think again the entire trial.
Nope, he's like, well, whatever Miss Susato says is obviously the truth, so don't question it.
Yunosuke, was there or was there not a bucket inside that seat? I don't even know what a bucket is.
What? Are we talking about a female buck? A bucket? I don't know what we're talking about. Please rephrase the question.
Is that equine, perchance?
Is it, you know? Was that an
I know what
equine
equine
inquiry?
is, but I don't know what a bucket
I
is.
don't know what a bucket is. You know how it is with people just like, you know, learning languages without formal training. They just pick up the words that they hear around them, right? Right.
I mean, yeah.
Bucket's just not
Like,
in his
every time I
vocabulary.
hear someone say, "I see an anime now,"
Yeah.
I'll be watching anything and we'll go, "Naruhodo," I'm like, "You son of a bitch."
You recognize it, yep.
I was watching Free Run earlier and it happened.
It is a phrase. It is a phrase to the point where like I thought it was funny to give it as a last name to a character that seeks out the truth.
There's an name for that effect.
A name for that effect? Like aptly naming
Um,
something?
No, when you hear about something and you see it everywhere.
Oh. I'm not sure about the name of it, but I know the concept at least. I know what you're talking about. When you're looking for it, you find it.
Bader-Meinhof phenomenon.
Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. Learn something new. At least the title too. So, something I knew before, but the title be new.
Yep.
Bader-Meinhof.
Common example that I've heard is that, like, if you're talking about babies or got pregnant or are talking about getting pregnant, you'll notice babies more often.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I give that example because it's totally pertinent to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What does the description on the omnibus say? Unless you're looking something up.
On the what?
The omnibus description?
8-seater omnibus.
Cool, great, thanks.
You know, at least
This has nothing to sink teeth into.
it has nothing to sink teeth into, but at least it's not wrong.
Yeah. It's just her testimony and all the evidence.
It's just like
doesn't give you a lot to go off of.
it's all watered down. Like there's nothing to grab. It's been diluted.
Well, we were all on the omnibus and somebody died. That's it. Cool, great, thanks.
I'm gonna look it up. I really don't know.
I feel like it's gonna be one of those like,
I feel so
stupid things.
too.
Naruhodo.
What was this one? Like
We
the
haven't-
the runaway room or something like that?
Yeah. I don't think we've met anybody with W as an initial. Unless someone's operating under a fake name again.
Yeah.
Couldn't be the banker though, because he's unless he gave Willy Wonka a fake name. Mr. McMeinhof.
Mr. McMahon.
I don't know why I sometimes struggle to remember McGilded of all names.
I also have to like think about it.
It's all on the nose though.
It is. The spoiler-free walkthrough. I like this. Oh my gosh, this looks like it was written. It looks like it was written up in a what's it called? I guess like a DOS terminal. Like what's it fucking called? I can't remember. Oh my gosh. I literally dealt with this in class. Like we would bring this up and use it. I can't remember, but it's like it is a black window where you type into and you can run things within Windows from this like command something command? Is it just called a command prompt?
That's what I know it as.
I think so. Okay, for whatever reason I could not find that. It looks like this was written, it has like the text style, like the font of a command prompt. And also at the very top here, they've made a square around their like title of the page in asterisks, just like it looks like whenever I've dealt with code when in my programming class. And this article looks like a piece of code. Trial part 1. No, I need 2.1c. 2.1c.
2.2C, 2.1C. I've gone back.
This sounds like the guides from like when I was 10.
Like the
The
website
stuff
looks
that got posted on GameFAQs, like plain text guides on GameFAQs.
like the website looks fine.
Right.
Like it doesn't look super outdated, but like it doesn't look super modern either. But it's like it it looks like whenever you open like Word and it has like the white paper, right? That is like on
Yeah.
top of the website layout, and then on it are just is the font. The font is very I don't know, old school typewriter-y looking command prompt font.
That's how like every guide ever used to look.
Okay.
Back in my day.
Trial part 2. Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Is it stupid?
It's stupid you predicted it.
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
You know, Lux, you say GameFAQs. I did end up on GameFAQs, you're right.
Oh, I said GameFAQs.
You
and
did?
You didn't say anything. about
I'm
it.
sorry,
I did.
I thought you just said like
I
game.
did.
I heard game walkthroughs. I'm sorry, old game walkthroughs.
Yeah, no. Every guide that you ever got was on GameFAQs when I grew up. There weren't like designated wikis for everything.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we had to use World Book Encyclopedia to look things up. And if it was from the 80s, then your information was outdated and fuck you.
Yep. I'm sorry, I did hear GameFAQs. I heard old walkthroughs.
It's okay, everybody ignores me when I talk. 'cause I'm old.
No, I was not trying to ignore you.
Dang whippersnappers.
Ding whippersnappers. And no, Michi the whippersnapper.
I had to go to the Majora's Mask page on GameFAQs and print off the guide so I could find all the little fairies. Honest to God, I did that.
Yeah, I can
My mom was
imagine.
confused as hell every time I printed off a guide. She's like, what the hell is this?
Don't worry about it.
Finding fairies. Okay, buddy. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Oh, Jot, most days I push the cushion up with my head and I've got the crack. I
Hate
can have.
that phrase.
Yeah.
Pushing for the pushing.
Then I can have a butcher's who I'm gonna fiddle.
Don't like that either,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seats I could enter ain't as plush as the other ones, see. Most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head.
And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown into the clink. Bitch.
He didn't do that last time.
I know, we had to come through again. You know how like in the original trilogy you had to go through it and then come back to it? That's what it said on the walkthrough. It said go through,
Unintuitive.
press all of Gina's statements, and then press the third one again. And he reacts. I was like, bitch.
I guess you're supposed to like remember everything that happened that they talk about in the press,
I guess so.
and then come back to it.
I don't know. I put 2 and 2 together the first time around, so I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah. Something wrong, Mr. McGilded?
Oh yeah, this
Especially
was a
considering they haven't really done that during this game.
yeah. Oh yeah, this is a dumb part. I'm glad you think likewise, Lux, even though we don't fully know what's coming yet.
Granted, this is our first real trial.
Yeah?
Because we did the tutorial and then we did the investigation that
Yeah.
had no trial.
I had no trial. And now this one was no investigation, just trial.
Yeah.
Oh, I do apologize. Was there something in the matter council? I can speak.
I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps?
You know, I was literally joking about this earlier too, where I'm like, no matter what we go through, there's nothing that she says where the other party goes dramatically, and suddenly, like, obviously there's something going on there, bitch.
The slider thing popped up, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yep.
I had a feeling there was something, but like it wasn't coming up, so I wasn't sure if we had to present evidence for do something. I don't know.
Yeah. You seem to be thinking about... Wow. No, I can't talk. You seem to be thinking something to yourself.
Oh, no. It was not that important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. I swear, 'twas terrifying, so it was.
I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now.
And you shut yourself up in a wardrobe for 2 weeks at least.
I was gonna say, ever since living in that wardrobe for 2 weeks.
Yep, exactly. I'm glad we're in the same wavelength. Hi, Shoujo! Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for coming to hang out. We're doing Ace Attorney stuff tonight, so enjoy listening to us not be able to speak and do funny accents that are probably terrible.
This game is set up different than the other Ace Attorneys, kind of, but it does share a lot of similarities to
It
Right versus
rhymes.
Layton.
I don't feel lost, even though they're introducing new things and the way things are going about stuff in the game. It rhymes with the trilogy. It's different for sure, but it's not something where I feel like a fish out of water in here.
Yeah. Well, that's just game design in general.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be built in a way that you're going to understand it, even if this is your first Ace Attorney.
Yeah. Well, not only that too, but like I'm going to assume the okay, well, we're talking about the trilogy and we're forgetting that not forgetting. I'm excluding in my mind at the moment the Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice. Go in between that.
Layton.
Yeah, Layton too. Yeah. Like
I still want it.
Huh?
I've beaten it, and I still want them to remake it.
Yeah. I would love to play that game too. It's so expensive every time I've looked for it. There's only physical DS copies now, 3DS copies, and it is stupid expensive. I just got this game, so I'm gonna avoid spoilers. Yeah, by all means, we're having a great time, so I recommend not getting spoiled so you can fully enjoy it as well. So, but it's similar but different, and then the original trilogy came out over the turn of the century, so I would say what? The third game probably came out no later than 2008 or something? Maybe? So, it's different. Yeah, there's no more eShop.
Just the Switch now.
I ended up purchasing what's the word? I ended up purchasing Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, but as they were closing, because they had like this big sale where they were like $5 a piece. So I'm like, ah, nice. So I downloaded Dual Destinies, and then my 3DS was like, non-sufficient memory, and I'm like, shit, I gotta go find myself an SD card. The new SD card from my DS. And in the meantime of trying to find that, the eShop closed and I wasn't able to download Spirit of Justice, so I don't think I have access to that. But it's fine, because Apollo Justice is coming out with that later. But I would really like for them to bring... what's the word? I would like them to bring Wright and Layton back, because I have no access to that, unless I want to pay exorbitant amounts. And I would really love if they brought over Miles Edgeworth's Miles Edgeworth's Investigation, along with the second one, Miles Investigations 2, because that's never been brought over to the West. It's all stayed in Japan. They only brought over one, and I do have one for my. I think it's just a DS game, but I do have one. But I would love if they brought over one, or they redid one and then brought over two and then made it a package deal like Chronicles here. That'd be cool. Where is it going with the thought? I don't know where it's going with that thought. Maybe that was the end of the thought. Who knows? Right, we mentioned this because he was still scared of the wardrobe, or he was in the wardrobe for 2 weeks. Cool. Hey, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe.
Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Possibly a bang?
Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jeebers! You don't need to tell the whole world of me foibles? Of me foibles, you little scamp.
Not my foibles.
Not me foibles. That's such a good word to use with that accent, though. It feels nice rolling off the tongue. I don't know what it means, but the pronunciation of sounds rolls off well. There's a good fan translations of AEI2. I see. I'll probably have to go look it up then. I don't know. Part of me kind of wants to hold out and see if they bring it over. I would love if they bring it over. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something. It might have given us a vital new clue.
Yes. What should we make of that last statement for us?
Ha! Insignificant. No, very important.
My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Almost.
Almost.
I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nonetheless, we're gonna keep being racist over here. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. What won't work on me?
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but I couldn't hear. Well, all I could hear was snoring. That's it.
So you're straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't nose me.
And Mr. McGill sat on the seat under which you were heading, correct?
Yeah, what you at in Navy, eh? What a mug. So all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him. Oh my gosh, so many apostrophes. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Are there any conclusions that we can draw from that, I wonder?
Obviously makes sense. No, doesn't add up.
Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts.
Ah!
At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely.
It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zeeks realized it too. Gilded, that doesn't look like a comfy way to stand. Counsel. Sincerely, you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring. Think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. I can think of a couple of things,
I know.
including a thing that she said.
Okay, he did have the hat.
Pick a person, pick an evidence.
What if the M just stands for Mason?
Yeah, it could. What if this was all just an elaborate ruse and the man fell on his own knife on the floor?
Butterfingers.
Whoopsie daisy.
Oh golly, right in the foibles.
Right in the foibles. Show a piece of evidence, show a person. There's something else she should have heard. What else should she have heard?
Would it just be Mason?
I guess. She also said something along
Is
the
it
lines
she's-
of like nobody else opened the door.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Mason.
Yeah, it could be. For various reasons.
Yeah.
Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. Sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Order, order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I was on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person aboard the omnibus is Mr. McGilvard?
Yes, it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't I? Waiting for the swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! I scared myself, sorry. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, this Lestrade's statement about what she did, or did not, hear, is at odds with the facts.
Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Flawed?
Fall Guys.
Fall Guys. I play that.
Lord Van Jeeks. Yes. No, you're Ryunosuke.
Mm.
He knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement.
It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend.
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead, right? I'm pretty sure he's alive, actually.
What?
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh no.
Angry grandmother!
Ah, she didn't even say anything.
I didn't want the judge to deal with the night just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has done some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
And Nana, why?
She was ready to murder the
She
defendant,
was.
to be fair.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty.
They're creatures of whimsy, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. The considerable troubles you have spared me.
You drink that with your chin.
Osmanthus wine is the same as I remember. Yes, very refreshing.
Beware of those who study law.
Garg. I'm not doing that. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you Lucis Eisternad, madam?
Knife.
Sir, please stop. Sir.
It's carnage. It's perfect. Ma'am. Your number 2 is the only one left.
Mr.
I
Naruhodo.
think she might have fallen asleep with her eyes open.
Maybe she has, but the way this is going.
I know. I can't find some new way to convince everyone Miss McGillicud's innocence. Including myself. The judge will rule and will have lost.
I
Ma'am?
very much want to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service must know we must accept hard truths.
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal a critical inconsistency in her story. However, If we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth,
And everything else is a lie.
it may shed entirely new light on this whole case.
What are you saying?
He was stabbed before he got on the omnibus.
Council.
Conceal.
Council. I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting prorogue my adjudication. Prorogue, probably. Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
There was an emergency stop.
Yeah, there was an emergency stop that locked all the doors. Yep, we learned this last time. This is truth. We know this to be something possible. But before we figure it out, we'll let Ryunosuke catch his breath here. And we're going to take our ad break here since we're near the top of the hour. So if you guys will hang tight for just a little bit, we will be right back after the ad break to keep pre-roll ads off. So, be right back. back from ad break. Now Ryunosuke, enlighten us.
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage.
Okay. My running theory currently is he was dropped
Yep.
through the skylight. But
I thought there was no way to operate the skylight.
I can't remember if that was said or
There's
not.
a loud thud, and he was found on the floor.
Yes. And there's a big old pile of
Um,
blood on the floor.
We didn't find a way on the inside to open it, from what I can remember. That doesn't mean you can't open it from the top.
Yeah. I don't know. But that's my running theory, that if we are to believe Gina, right? And that she's been there the whole time, didn't hear the door open, like everything she says is not only like she's not lying but is accurate, then the only other way I can think of getting into that particular cabin is through the skylight. The only other way that they could, you know, hide a body up, you know, bring a body with them and hide it, is that they bring it on top. Because they'd be like, oh yeah, we're gonna climb around the back to come on top and come sit down. And then just go whoop and drop a body through the skylight. I don't know. I don't know if to say there's another entrance or he was put there after he died. But supposedly he was dead when he was found. Questions.
Mason was there all along.
Yeah,
I'd say definitely not the first one.
yeah, definitely not the first one. I'm debating between the second and third. Just because I don't know which way they're gonna go with it, especially if I'm along the right lines of thinking with my theory.
You could try investigating the coach again, if you really want, I guess, but...
Yeah? I don't know. I can't remember if we looked at the skylight or not. Let's go in the door. Let me in.
the scene of a murder.
Oh. Limit. Review. Catch of any description. Suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least.
So we know the guy from the roof.
Yeah.
Because that'd be the important angle anyway.
Oh, there is a
Oh.
latch. I feel like we looked at this before, but I guess I just don't remember it.
Yeah. You can certainly see inside the carriage.
Sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was something I read before.
I think we read this before. Because I think we probably came up here to be like, okay, what did they actually see, right?
Right.
But there is a catch up here.
I wonder if you can click on the catch specifically? Pain in the ass as that is with
It
the
is.
controls.
I have no clue.
I doubt it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we know
She
that
said
they're.
loud thud specifically, though.
I'm sorry, what?
She said loud thud specifically, and if he had just rolled off the fucking seat, it wouldn't have been loud. It would have been
No.
like
Yeah. It would have been a thump, but it wouldn't have been like a full on, like. I would not describe it as loud.
Yeah. like a muffled thud.
Yeah. You know the thud of a dead body falling to the floor from a seat? That kind of muffled thud.
The knife fell out of McGilded's pocket, point up, and was lying on the ground.
And just happened to be there whenever Mr. Mason came and just absolutely tripped over himself in his seat and fell forward. I'm gonna say there's another entrance since we know that they can open from the top now.
The door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic.
Final Fantasy.
This perhaps could be his Final Fantasy, in comparison to the not Final Fantasies of a certain franchise.
But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Look up. Use your head.
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Donde está entrance? Can you find the entrance?
Oh, really?
Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Now we're thinking with portals. Alright, Council.
It was a portal that dropped the man in.
Yep. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin?
Well, if you'll look right here, see this little square, Your Honor? I mean, my lord?
The answer is obvious. It could only been the skylight. I say, the skylight? Your investigation wasn't so fucking thorough, was it?
Hmm.
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me at a loss for words. However,
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
so you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory?
Watch me climb through it right now.
Mhm.
Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimony. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has. But
Hear me out.
would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have had made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? And also Soph, and also Michi?
Hmm.
Noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. What? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it, which is kind of a way of entering it.
Yeah.
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible.
How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
Because they're lying, Van Zykes. People can do that.
What? Well, yes, that's true, but...
Mighty humble fella. Make a wee comment here.
Oh, you fella, make a wee comment.
Wee little lad.
Mr. McGilded? Whose side are you on?
And to be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, it is not so much a case of them not saying, but
They were also asleep.
This is a case of them being unable to say.
What?
I think perhaps the two fellas
It's the inspector again.
will be having something of compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree? My ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Oomph. I'm sorry.
Oh my. My goodness. Surely not.
Those two chaps on the roof.
You mean one who stuck the knife in the man were...
That wasn't the voice I need to give, but old lady cry.
And a scream.
Oh my gosh, this man, I forgot. This man gives me anxiety with his hat. Like, I am stressed out. Watching this hat almost fall off his head every 2 seconds. Just what exactly are you insinuating here? You blitherer?
Why are you thrusting your ass at this man?
Why does he sound like a horse galloping?
You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. You have never given a man a shiner in his life. Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
A mad hatter, would you say?
You might.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. A scandalous. Oh my gosh, it's. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. There's a wild fucking witness stand.
Damn.
Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once.
But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ugh, it's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment.
Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks.
It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol, accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to. But it is kind of my job.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events.
Van Zeeks, are you implying that he should have command of your tongue?
Oh,
Englishman?
oh. You've branded these gentlemen liars. You've intimated You've intimated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation.
No, the draft put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify.
I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow.
Yes?
I have to see this matter through right now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm having Super Smash Bros. Flashbacks. Spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
The peanut gallery.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
My lord.
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense.
Yes, my lord.
You're doing an excellent job of looking innocent right now.
Yep.
I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is fly by the seat of my pants. Keep pushing forward.
Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that.
If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? That's really good.
In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
And I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck. Without another noticing forthwith.
That's right, you see.
Innocent, I tell you.
Ideologically, of course, the argument falls down on the two of you in collusion with one another. What?
That doesn't sound like fair play at all. Eh?
According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, two witnesses share no common dealings.
Huh. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. A man ahead of his time. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Is it going in your favor?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Okay. Time to press.
So no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not. Dickin'!
No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here.
Is it true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? At all? It is all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
You keep bringing it up.
I saw you with my own eyes as I chowed down on the top of my cane.
I really hate that combination. The first thrusting his ass into him while he chews on the tip of his cane.
Yep, it's special. You know, the Ace Attorney creators, right? Whoever modeling whatever direction, whatever it is, they're like, man, 3D models are so like more accessible to us now. We don't have to use 2D like flat animations.
we can have 3D models to do a bunch of animations, and they went wild from there. Like, we gotta step up our game. 2D to 3D, we gotta make it even more exciting now.
Because the original games came out on Game Boy Advance,
Yeah.
so they really didn't have an option.
They didn't have an option. Now they're like, look at all this technology at our fingertips. We can use
They
it.
did, like pseudo 3D, but it was a lot harder.
Yeah.
This is going so well. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It's certainly been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. A murder and also someone opening the window?
This is some kind of lock.
This is some kind of a joke, he said. Is that what this is? Thank you, translator. Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. You did manage it. Your eyelids would freeze shut and you never open them again.
That's extreme. Also, very irresponsible. Just give the keys to the vault away like
Yep,
that.
to anyone.
It was extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gen would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
No. 'Twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising.
Saying things. Seeing things. We really shouldn't pass here on this particular point. You. You told him.
Yeah. What am I? What am I, fella?
This is also a weird juxtaposition of him shaking his fist in Magilda's face and Magilda just having this damn look.
Yep. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, it's only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about.
This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Shouldn't have killed the man. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before?
Fried rice mason.
That's right. You mean to tell me that a shrimp fried this rice?
Oh, Loom, no! Not once! Never!
You never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hunters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
Well, man had a hat. It looked about as unique as yours.
He looked like he had about 7 hats.
Mhm.
Oh.
Mashed together.
I tried to look up the word, but for some reason there isn't a pronunciation thing.
For what?
It is just lum or.
Oh, the L-U-M-M-E.
It's just used to express surprise, interest, or approval.
Oh, okay.
So it, in and of itself, doesn't mean a whole lot.
Mm.
It's the context.
It's the context of the interjection versus the definition of the word.
Yeah. No, I imagine not.
You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the
Remote his connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Yes. He has something to say.
Mr. McGilded?
Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you?
Did the witness's last statement give you pause for your thought somehow?
Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long now. It's been too long, so has it. So it has. I can read. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it is fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. I don't know. Is it a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Ah! And young first. Mr. First, I mean.
Hey, sir? What do you want me, sir?
You will be making heads for a living, do you not? Not there, top hat sliding around down your head. This is one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
Oh my gosh, this man's hat.
As long as
Oh,
that gent's not me.
I can't look at. I gotta put my hand up. I can't watch this. This really is like stressing me out really bad. I don't know why. A perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is.
The customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers. Well, just thrice fried Mason. Did I say thrice fried?
Oh.
Thrice fired Mason.
I don't know, I think my brain auto-corrected it if you did.
Yeah, I don't know. I've done my best to try to correct it myself, but I keep saying fried. Oddly enough, McGilded and McLobster would probably get along. Maybe McGilded is McLobster's ancestor.
Totally.
Definitely. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before. Oh my lord, I can speak. Oh my lord.
For her.
No, we're not Swedish.
Oh, is you mean? You know, the one photo and all of the evidence?
Yeah. I can't help thinking that the poor fella's head looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh. That's one of my hats. Golly, you're stupid.
Aye, that is it. That it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. So you'll know the man before. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a weak quarrel over with the distinctiveness of the goods.
No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. I don't even know how to fight.
Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ha!
You're better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Well, he was ready to do this largely unrepresented,
Yeah?
so...
At Hunter.
Yeah.
Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
We need to find out whoever made McGilded's hat, because that thing stays on no matter what.
I know, that's great. It's the highest of hats and it still stays firmly on his head even whenever he like nods his head forward to bow. It's great. Also, that's very weird first. Why would you say that?
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. That translation doesn't help.
Nope. Take a look for yourself. Come on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow of the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. Is still in all. Okay, it's like the equivalent of saying like a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, though. Ugh. What? I'm just looking at the size of the thing. You understand? Ugh. Now you hold on there for a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Stop biting our king, shall we?
I agree. We've talked about this the last, week or so?
Yep. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But, just my luck, couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I just red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? No, no, sir. The point is, skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin. Shame. I also fought in elevators.
Oh no.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade.
It opens.
Hmm?
The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right?
Ma'am? The fact that the bailiff hasn't taken that.
Mm-hmm. All them skylights open. Dead easy.
More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... Sure, fine. It's a good time to chime in.
You can't do it from inside, you mug.
Oh.
Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used a skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims.
It opens.
Never mind the people who work for the company that could tell us, but you know,
Yep.
whatever. Oh, it's locked.
Hmm.
Oh, my hat!
See.
Kind of a weird design when you think about it.
Order, order, order! So, appears that this street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. Skylight opens. And from the roof deck.
Mr. Naruhodo! This could be the clue we've been looking for!
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So, skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself.
Has it changed? Has it changed, Ryunosuke? Oops, no. I clicked that one, sorry. Don't leave, don't, I don't want to go inside!
Ma'am.
I don't want to go inside! Let me
Okay.
out! Let me out!
The skylight was fastened shut before.
But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it.
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
This is the same lines. Yeah.
Do we have to go inside?
I know, I was about to say, do we go inside it now?
Golly gee willikers, it sure is open.
Wow.
I can see the border.
Oh my gosh, look! The skylight's still open.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
yes. It does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to get someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
why someone like me?
You were just the first person I saw.
I'm going to stab you and throw you through.
Ah!
What is it?
Look! Just there! Look at this!
That's, without question, some ketchup.
It's blood! Oh, it's Kool-Aid. 1915's Kool-Aid.
Why would there be a blood stain there?
Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Blood stains coming on omnibuses.
Yeah, it's just a staple piece. The details of the omnibus have been updated in the court record. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Well, I actually have it right here.
It's the skylight. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts. And the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What? That's utter humbug! Ugh! You couldn't possibly have any evidence!
No, you can't. I mean, I didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible.
Irrefutable proof. Here, in this courtroom.
Proof in my courtroom?
Don't know her. Never heard of her.
Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here.
If you would all I would like to direct your attention. We're going to go inside the omnibus, and everybody look up.
Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Oh.
Oh yeah!
Didn't crash through a wall, crashed through a skylight.
By Jupiter! Is that
It's not a phrase I expected out of you.
What?
blood?
By Jupiter.
Oh.
Because there was like religious tones to some of the stuff that he said before, but
Yeah.
it wasn't that religion.
Ugh.
The split scene proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime.
No.
Order, order, order!
But
Yes, man.
but the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin.
Is
No.
this anime?
It only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I?
What?
I don't know why, but like, you know, old Nickelodeon, how they had the little like jingles like nick 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 the nick nick nick. That's what. Yeah, that's what just came to mind.
There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean.
Why don't you have a good look at the floor in the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
Stop doing that.
That poor desk.
Oh. Hell, they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Maybe he has a cutting board.
Maybe. I feel like
It's just
he's stabbed through the
firmly
cutting board. He has super glued the cutting board to the desktop.
I won't tolerate any of this guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing.
Yeah, definitely.
You could still be mad at him about the money lending thing, at least.
Yeah.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2,
Objection.
3.
Surprise!
Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zakes? A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
What? What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I could state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But was one of the investigators perhaps with the last name of Gumshoe? Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was...
Fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session... The palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded. I've been known all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander. I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling on the tongue of the Raper of Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zykes. This will not do, to be sure. Well then now, counsel.
Oh, no.
I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? What? The fuse will all cast your minds back? Is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel?
It's true. Say it out loud.
Hmm?
The omnibus has been in full view the entire time, or has been in session, except for that one point where it wasn't.
Yeah.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think.
It was probably possible.
As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility.
Oh?
Good gracious!
Did you all forget about the recess we had to take?
Blame yourself, counsel. Also, nobody has sat down and went, we should explain where all that stuff went.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from the sea.
I can't tell if he's saying learned as a respectful thing or condescending.
I
Deceit.
don't know.
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take.
Wow.
Wowie zowie. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face.
Mask up.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, it sounds like you didn't secure the omnibus.
Yeah.
Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown in confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus.
Damn, we got a full 360 on that.
It's because the points aren't very common from him, so it's a very dramatic nose.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye? Are you rotten, feckless gouger? Gouger?
There you go. Feckless Gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. This is a plot to undermine me, so is it?
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier, as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Hi, Necro. Welcome in. Thank you for the honk.
Inconsistencies, such as...
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items.
And now they're not there. How am I? I'm doing pretty good tonight. Having a good time. It's Friday. I get to be here with Soph. It's a good night.
Right.
How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight, Necro?
Secondly, we had the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
We had no way of verifying that one, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
AMD keeps crashing and sucking on me. I'm sorry. I hate whenever technical difficulties suck.
Streamers with technical difficulties couldn't be.
Yeah, never heard of her. No, I would love to meet the streamer that has never had technical difficulties. I would like to meet them and ask for just an ounce of their luck.
Fair. The only technical difficulty I ever had
was on
was
streaming. Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the software or the internet that I was
No,
using.
but still, a technical difficulty nonetheless.
Yeah. I haven't streamed since. That's not true. I think I might have done one Phasmo stream. In October.
I can't quite remember, but you might have, yeah.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. But we looked inside the storage compartment and talked about that.
And then we moved on.
Yep. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
I saw fit, but you wouldn't let me.
Yeah. What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
The name.
Yeah, the name, obviously, it's weird.
Phoenix Wright. Weird as hell.
Who?
He's not even alive yet. My lord, Yes, Council? There's one further inconsistency.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to point out another one.
Mark that Shirley could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? Is it the blood?
Is it?
What the... I don't know what's yours.
Well, it's on the devil's names or you're going to say now. I should read my line before I say it. If you'll dare betray me, you little maggot. Silence, McGilded. Again, I should read my line before I say it. Court awaits the defense's clarification.
Van Zeeks is like probably the easiest one, ironically.
Yeah, like I like him. Like I like him a lot so far. He has not pulled out the updated autopsy report. Like it's been nice.
Well, I mean, like he doesn't have any weird Britishisms in the way that he
Oh,
talks.
that is true. Yes, that is true. But as a character as a whole, like anything that he throws back at us is not like, haha, this is information I've been withholding. Like it's a valid rebuttal. Like you know.
Yeah,
I'm
it
like-
took us like 4 trials to get to that point with Edgeworth. We're
I
like, alright, we're
swear.
a team.
Yeah,
we're finding the truth.
finding the
and now
truth.
Van Zeeks is like, we're gonna make out after this.
Oh my god. It's just the
You're our
effect.
best friends already.
It's just the effect Venusuke has on people.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It is that kind of game.
Yeah. Okay, before we get too much further into this, because I feel like we're going to be opening cans of worms here, we need to go take our ad break since we're at the top of the hour now. So to keep pre-roll ads off, we will be taking a couple-minute ad break. So if you guys will hang tight just a little bit, I will be back in a few minutes as we uncover what the additional mark is, which I'm going to think on for the next 3 minutes. So wish me luck. Be right back, guys.
Alright. Back into go. I'm not going to growl first thing.
Grr.
Garr.
This trail keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. Partially because my client is a piece of shit.
Yep.
What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial?
Well, you see. Oh, it moves, thank goodness.
The crotch stain is definitely something that was
Yes.
there before.
This was definitely there, because I
It's
remember...
also darker.
Yeah. I remember thinking this was strange, just because of, like, how he was sitting and stuff, and, like, how his own crotch wasn't bloodied. But
Right.
this is definitely weird.
Man, he's got fucking period of blood on the seat. We consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Are you telling me that you had a thorough investigation of the thing?
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue.
I believe that blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilded?
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now.
But you're the defendant.
It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, is all a nonsense. Facts are what counts. The fact is, the bloodstain is there now.
Well,
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, and God for nothing Reaper, the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized. So I am. And thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, my lord?
What if the test isn't what we think it is? Because the Chief Justice, or whatever his title is here, was like, oh yeah, it'll be a walk in the park. It's practically handed to you.
Yeah.
What if it wasn't to actually get Mr. McGilded off, as it were?
But to figure out that he's the crooked one.
Yeah.
And that's how the high whoever his name is would figure out, be like, you know what? You're a keeper.
Because with him letting Gina off, or Gina get away,
Yeah.
she could have potentially been a witness to something that happened.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't necessarily know what she saw.
Mm-hmm.
He just saw her when he happened to, after he was over by Mason.
Plus, she is a pickpocket, right? She's
Yeah.
picking for money.
And he's a pretty wealthy guy. He could have been like, here's 5 golden guineas, you know? He sold nothing.
Yeah. So he could have tried to let her get away, just be like, I don't want her involved in this entire process because it works against me.
Okay, but then
So
why would she be here in the gallery? I don't know.
because she's not on his side.
Hmm?
Or she's pickpocketing people.
Or she could be
Because
pickpocketing
this-
people.
As Fontaine has so clearly pointed out to us, is functionally theater.
Hmm?
And that is not strictly wrong, even in the real sense. So we have freaking television shows about it.
Yeah.
And who goes to such forms of entertainment? With money.
Hmm?
So it's entirely possible she might have been there to be like, ah, yes, I'll just grab some easy targets.
Yeah.
And then around the time that he said, she might even be here in this room, is when the smoke went off.
Yeah, that's true. She
might
tried
have
to get
gone,
away.
oh shit.
I gotta get out of here. He caught on to me.
So,
Mm.
really it's the bailiff's fault though. Because they were supposed to secure the omnibus, and they didn't do it.
And then they didn't even take her gun
Or-
away from her. Like, what is the bailiff even doing?
She's shot that thing.
Many
3 times?
times, yeah. Many times now.
I don't know if the smoke grenade was the gun or something else.
Mm.
So
One would assume, considering she loaded her gun and shot something at Renosuke, and it was a
That didn't
cloud
fill
of
the
green
room,
smoke. No, it didn't, but it was a cloud of green smoke. So one could assume that perhaps she has a different ammunition she used to smoke out the whole room.
I wonder if she's gonna go to jail for all this.
Oh, she's a what?
I wonder if she's gonna go to jail for all this.
Probably not.
Probably slip out or something.
Yep. We'll probably see her as a cameo or another case down the road.
Herlock's gonna skid her down the wall, pick her up, and then just carry her out of the room.
Yep. Look what I
More about it
found.
just now.
And I will say that's not his little sidekick.
Yeah. I thought it was funny because she's got the sleight of hand trait. He's
Yep.
got the sleight of hand trait.
Yep.
Kindred spirits.
Ah, yes. One of my own.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. I shook my head when he did.
Your lordship can't be serious. Which side are you on, Ryunosuke?
The side of truth.
Yeah. It's a lot more, I don't want to say more prevalent, but it's a different take than the trilogy had.
Hmm.
Because with the trilogy, it was Phoenix was right most of the time,
Yeah.
and then Edgeworth was like, shit, he is right.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, it was Van Zeeks is right, and we're like, he is right.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a turnabout, if you will.
Oh, the turns have tabled.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? I misread that as what is your problem?
What is your problem, Lord Van
What the
Zyke?
Fuck is your malfunction, Van Zeeks?
Oh my gosh. Why do you keep crushing these glasses in the courtroom? Why did you put your foot on the desk earlier? What is your problem, sir?
Crushing the cup, I understand. Putting his foot, though,
That
a
was
little weird.
that was a little weird. I kind of find it funny though. I told you they had 3D models and the team was like, you know what? What can we do that's
Your
just
Honor.
outlandish?
Or, my lord, brother. I was a gymnast in a past life, and I just, I couldn't help myself.
I couldn't help myself. I was part of the circus, you see.
I had a flying act.
My name was Acro in a past life.
The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present.
It just feels so good to be able to use my legs. I hope I don't become paralyzed at any time.
Ah.
Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilda would be found not guilty.
Yes.
Mr. McGuilty.
Which would mean we've won.
Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? No. I demand closure. Counsel for the defense. A closing statement, please. The scales are leaning guilty, though. Yes, my lord. The defense believes...
We're questioning it too much.
The fact that he's fucking asking us.
Yeah.
I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilvin. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? The fuck is your malfunction? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Gracious me! He is nothing if not consistent. Because I knew gracious was coming.
Yep.
Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, Counsel. That's kind of the entire point of the exchange program, isn't it?
Yeah.
A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Do we need to get a therapist in here?
Oh, that was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision.
What?
I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles.
3D!
Ah!
Ah,
Your job done. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you done, so you have.
what do you mean?
It is just as the right. It is just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I'm not wahahaing anymore. Why are you slapping your arms together like a seal?
I really don't know what to make of all this. You're a horrible foreman.
Hmm?
If anything, this man should be in charge.
Yeah.
Was the evidence we've seen genuine? Or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming, and the unsightly rubbish would be disposed of promptly, as I said.
singing rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. You are stupid as shit. And it bothers me.
I feel terribly ashamed that I have adopted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
You didn't like him because of his lending habits, which we have very much proven.
Mm-hmm. But the lovely park.
I'm like an American citizen. I'm very easily just satiated to just do whatever. Our proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am prepared to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. I don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Shut up. Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord.
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Hear me out. Bailiff. Bailiff didn't do job.
Balin didn't do shit. Do you guys remember what's the first thing that Van Zyke said whenever the smoke went off? Bailiff didn't do his fucking job.
I thought the judge told him to secure the omnibus.
I believe it was Van Zyke that said to secure the omnibus. I believe it was the judge that said to apprehend the witness or the perpetrator. Whoever this was running away, get him! Bailiff didn't do shit for the omnibus.
Bailiff's a piece of shit.
Hmm.
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. I don't know if that went through.
It did not.
What?
Well, Lord Van Zyke, it's been a pleasure, Shortez. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
This is a lot of land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilden. Good grief! You've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Wah, ha 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 ha.
I have to wonder if he's in league with What's Her Butt from the first trial.
Oh, yeah, the swan lady. I can't remember her name.
Bulette, or whatever. Her
Oh,
name ended up being.
yeah.
If we actually ended up finding out her real name in the
Oh
Brett.
gosh. Brett, yes.
Right, it was Brett, but it was pronounced differently in Japanese.
Yeah, in Japanese it would be pronounced Buretto. Buretto, yeah. And it sounds like how they would pronounce bullet, too.
Yeah. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Maybe that's what the Chief Justice meant.
Hmm.
I bet it was all rigged from the start.
Yeah,
Fireworks just feel really sarcastic right now.
they do, yeah. I was thinking about that when he was going to say they're not guilty. I'm like, are we about to get confetti? Or maybe the test was to get on Van Zeke's good side.
It is somewhat nice, though, that they adhere to the idea innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
Versus how the original
Yeah.
trilogy went, where like, you have to find who actually did it.
Yeah.
That's not how laws work.
No, it's not. It's not.
The courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. The night first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. The defendant being found not guilty, but ostensibly a victory for us.
February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It certainly was a long trial.
Ah, yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations.
And to you, Ms. Susato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened.
Well, we didn't have enough time.
But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that.
The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Kind of.
Yeah, that you did.
Mr. McGill did. Ah, and that girl's with them too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh? What stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks to do to be letting off whenever there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
It doesn't seem up to fire good.
Well, this is also in like 19-something. 1910.
They haven't invented OSHA yet.
I know, I was about to say OSHA? Who? I don't know her.
They've only got Numa.
They only have Numa, exactly.
Yes, definitely.
And heard it was a sight to behold. And to be sure it was. And I viewed the tank, I suppose. We're having an opportunity to see it. Waha ha 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 ha.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything.
I don't know what are you saying, Villa? How did I walk out of here, out of there, free man then?
I don't think it's so much thanks to me as down to your timing.
You're a straight-talking fella, ain't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ha 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 ha. Ah, it is water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilden, on having your name cleared.
But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me.
Oh?
Hey! They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absolute deed. This grand, is it not? Tomo, why did you wake up? Come here. Come here. Go back to bed. You were so
He
comfy.
rejects injustice.
I guess so. You can't stand it.
I suppose it is.
Oh, the fine fellas of Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard. Now the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details.
Scott Young Lord.
Scots Lord. I'll see it all for what it is. I'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all. And they'll be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Waha ha 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 ha.
You mean to tell me the rich people pay taxes?
Apparently.
It's not that funny.
Well then. As we agree beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much.
Hurrah, be whist! You're a humble person, are you? Oh, from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this. Steal and all. You deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom?
Oh, it's this officer. This sooner than I was led to believe.
I was not inconvenience, sir. There are some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I'll be doing my best to help out where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of time while you're studying here in Great Britain.
I don't know why, but an image popped in my head of Leighton appearing in the clouds. Like Mufasa from Lion King.
Yeah.
I'm just going, a true gentleman.
Yes.
He would not accept this man as a gentleman.
He would not accept this man as a gentleman. This is not a gentleman at Leighton standards. Absolutely not.
And there he goes. Free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too.
Stop. Stop, kid.
Ma'am?
They move.
Or does I want to say, get a move on? She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down?
You're a grown-up.
Sorry?
And I hate all grown-ups.
You ate all the grown-ups?
Oh. Sorry. Got peckish.
Ah, you there. Or there you are. There you... Oh. Yep.
Oh!
No.
Oh, shit! Naughty
I
dog!
honestly thought it was... As soon as I said the line, I was like, this is gonna be my guy. And it's
Yep.
not.
It's not. It's close, though.
It's a fucking Vocaloid.
Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha!
Why do we always get the question marks wrong?
Oh, you know, it's just a running gag at this point. The world wants us to suffer every time we try.
I guess.
It happened once, and they're like, "Oh, yes, now let's run with
This
this."
is the third or fourth time.
I know
No,
it.
this-
It
This is
happened.
my personal third time playing this game.
Yes, I know. I know. But it happened the one time with Gumshoe because I felt like we did okay with this the question marks before that trial, that what, like fourth or fifth trial in the third one, the third game.
Yeah.
We did pretty good with this beforehand, but once I made that slip up, we've just literally every single question marks after that, I'm pretty sure we fucked up every time.
You pulled it with Gumshoe and
Godot. I remember that.
Godot. And then I kept being like, ah yes, here's Herlock Sholmes, the man himself.
And it's
it ended up
not.
being two different people before we got to him.
Yeah. Let me let Tomo out. He's crying. He won't stop crying.
Okay.
We've introduced a new character. We're gonna be talking for a minute.
This 8-year-old girl has an RPG.
So he's crying to leave. Right. Wakes up, crying to leave the room. I go pick him up and take him out there. My dad and my little brother are out in the living room watching TV. And as soon as he makes eye contact with my little brother, he immediately freezes. He's like, never mind. I don't want to be out here. And I'm like, well, you asked for it. You get to stay out here. You're the one crying. Yes, she looks like she has her own RPG. She's definitely a steampunk magical girl.
Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, now my smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty colour, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all?
I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fit it with a telegraphic beacon.
Marcella, what's it now? I have no idea what the girl's talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult?
I don't listen to no adults.
Come along then. Follow me.
I mean, if an apology is all you owe, then that's not bad.
That's not bad. Fine, have it your way. Like Burger King.
Oh good, you see I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Also, really, y'all need to get, like, considerably better bailiffs in this place.
Mm.
We've got tampered evidence thrice over.
Yep.
We've got smoke gun.
Yep.
We've got smoke grenade.
Mm.
Got whatever the fuck she was packing.
Mm.
Everyone's like, katanas are pretty dangerous. You know what's dangerous? Bazookas.
Bazookas.
She was a lively one.
Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way down too? I had the British accent sticking to me just a little bit. I was influenced.
Yes, you're right. But where to?
Oh,
We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in one than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff.
probably not. They're not watching them. That girl probably took her with her.
Yeah.
I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings.
But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
What? What you going on about? Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night.
Please tell me nothing in the Gilded Park.
I know it may be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through.
I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable.
We're gonna end up staying with Murloc.
I
I got a feeling.
yeah. Or Vinzike is
sorry,
gonna
Nina.
do something and be like, "I'll pull some strings for you." I appreciated
Yeah.
your vigor. I appreciated your truthfulness. I appreciated your, I don't know, whatever it is you have. I appreciate you.
Learnedness.
Learnedness.
Rinosuke, I'll tell you what, you can stay in my bed. Do you mean house? I do not.
No, specifically only my bed. You're not allowed anywhere else in my house.
I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilligan down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so... the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, like sleeping on a really cold park bench.
Damn.
Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
Hi, Flan. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Oh, a cutscene.
Out of 3 crimes, we've only... Oh.
Oh.
God damn it.
Well,
Who the fuck are you?
oh no. Go open the door! Oh my gosh.
Santa!
No! Thanks, Flan.
That's timing.
Yep.
Who would have been in there?
No. Who would have been in there? Is it a new character or an old? Also, why didn't any of you go help whoever was in there? Come on, they even broke the fucking window. You could have at least gone in and been like, here, it's a hand. Help me. I'll help you pull you through. Oh my god.
Or try to open the handle. The handle's probably hot as hell.
Probably, yeah. And if it's locked from the inside, then you can't really do much from the outside. But even still, why did no one go rush to help? Like, come on now. We're just there like, oh.
Break the door. It's just wood
Hey,
paneling.
come on now, yeah. Doing well.
Also, what is the thing made out of?
The coach itself?
Right. Because how long had that thing had to have been burning before everyone was like, something's amiss here?
Right, yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. Hydrate. Yes, I can
Seriously.
hydrate.
Just get new employees.
A fucking bailiff's around here. Ain't no one doing their job here. The bailiffs came and called Mr. McGilded, and Mr. McGilded came back in and probably went, oops, I dropped a match. And the bailiffs were like, doo-doo-doo. What's going on? I don't know what's going on.
Face on a coconut, and it would do a better job than you fucks.
It really would. Have a great rest of stream. Sorry to dip so quick. Gotta be up super early. Absolutely, yeah. Get your rest, please. It's very important. Thanks for stopping by, though, Flan. It was good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay, save complete. It is 11 o'clock, but it is a Friday. Do you wanna start the next one? Because it has been 4 hours. I would be down for more.
I'm good with whatever.
Okay. Because now, like, my interest has peaked. I'm like, oh no, they've cliffhangered me. It's very rare that it's attorney. Like, it's very much so like the cases kind of have like a thin thread that connects them all, and it's usually like the last case that's really like the everything comes together type thing. But these ones feel different, where it's less, monster of the week, trial of the week, where it's kind of like a in and out, closed, shut situation, right? Where things come to a head at the end, or at the very least, they come to a generalization of like, okay, we have some closure. This though is like, what the fuck is going on? Every single one, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Also, I want to know what the clouded kokoro is. I need to know about the clouded heart.
The downside is you're going to meet her luck again.
Yeah. And I don't know if Iris is going to make it better or worse, to be honest, with how she's acted so far. Well. Start playing. Give us our cutscene. Adventure the Clouded Kokoro.
時折僕は思うのだよ、ワトソン。ホームズは物憂げに首を振り言った。我々が目にする事件は本当にそれが全てなのだろうか。その裏側に誰も知るもののない物語が隠れているかもしれない。ハーブティーから立ち上る湯気を覆うその夢見るような眼差しの先には、きっとあの雪の日の夕刻の情景が浮かんでいたのだと思う。
Of a dead lady.
ブライアロードの歩道に倒れ伏した若い女性とその背に刺さった狂人。ガス灯の明かりが柔らかく切り取った奇怪な事件現場の情景。不可解な姿なき犯人の事件は薄い霧の中静かに幕を開けたのだった。
19th February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than a day even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, It wasn't going to waste a single inch of the space. I wasn't going to. Whatever. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Oh,
I've
yes.
never done that.
Hmm?
Cannot say I've ever done that.
I probably have at some point. Ah, nice big bed. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you could only dream of normally. Except... when I learned that we owed £3 for the room, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill.
I really am sorry. Didn't we get like at least 3 guinea from what's his butt?
I don't know.
The gilded?
He threw a coin at us, but I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
London is a scary place. Oh, good morning to you at this early hour. Been swimming lately?
My lord.
Oh, yes, we are, well.
We used
we
the indoor
stay
pool
in the
last
basement?
night.
Can we stay in your basement?
Did we pass your test? Can we live in your basement? Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Sister Dasan is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation in British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you.
And, in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Ah, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already?
Maybe this one will pay you more.
I mean, the last one would have too if we
I know.
accepted it.
Yeah.
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience.
Hands-on learning.
I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man is cleared. What more were you hoping for?
I don't know. The truth? A sequence of events? I don't know.
Regrettably, the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Van Sykes, it's been a pleasure, Sortes. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Ha 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 ha.
Wah.
Meh. We killed it.
I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent.
Mr. Naruhodo.
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you didn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? My accent keeps changing with them.
It's hard. Whenever I had Vince Sykes talking with McGilden, oh my gosh, like I was able to differentiate it, but I was like, I have to like sit up straight, tuck my chin, and really call a deep register as I can for Van Sykes. And then for McGilden, I kind of like hunch over and like everything goes to the back of my mouth. It's weird. So I was like, oh no.
I leaned like Scottish with this man just now.
What do you mean, Mr. Sorry, not Mr. I apologize for the I don't know. I apologize. Lord Strongheart.
Agnes McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. Ah,
I guess we know who was in the carriage.
No.
what? Mr. McGilded is dead? Should have taken his money. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Is this man a time being?
I don't know. He's got a wait. Have we? I feel like we talked about this in the past. I feel like I've made another comment with like, well, he's got clockwork in the background in his office. Maybe he is a time
He's
being.
Doctor Who.
He is the Doctor Who, not the Doctor. The Doctor Who, most certainly. Okay, before we talk with him, let's go ahead and do our ad break since we're at the top of the hour here. Just so we have some uninterrupted time with the time being, I guess. But yes, give us just a second. We'll be right back.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Alright. It is time for us to talk with Mr. Strong. I mean, Lord Strongheart. I'm sorry. Don't not be offended. Sir, your lord. My lord. I don't know. Your lord.
Strong arm.
Strong arm.
What his name was. Armstrong.
Yeah.
John Armstrong.
I sure hope this is not his ancestor.
That would be weird.
That would be weird. Okay, let's talk.
I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime, which Mr. McGilded has been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
Because the bailiffs are very good at their job.
We only have one bailiff.
Hmm.
No.
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. It's awful. And also how? That man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Hey, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Oh, you sent something really cool. Oh, we are pausing, hold on. That is so cool. For reference, for all of y'all who cannot see what I'm looking at, Soph has just sent this really cool Zhongli art. I am mesmerized. Anything Zhongli. Ooh, ah! You're the dragon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can't remember if I pointed out to you, but I think I pointed out to Arya that we're going to Natlander in the Year of the Dragon.
Mmm. Yeah. We are indeed. This will be fun. We'll have an actual
Yeah.
fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who is Mr. McGillen talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded.
So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
A little watered down and lacking, thank you.
Yeah? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history.
Salinity.
Salinity. Saline.
I'm salty as hell.
It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow. Suzuda-san has such a way with words. And I don't.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
Can you read my mind?
Yep.
The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. And all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? Why do you keep fucking up? It was fortunate. At your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple. Simple. That was simple.
You're simple! As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Here.
Oh no.
I think I was right to be suspicious of this man.
Yeah.
Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not-guilty verdict you set out to achieve. That can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree?
Man, is our, like, not only ally, I'm sure Sholmes will probably be our ally, but is our, like, only ally that's really gonna be there and, like, support us fully without being a ditz gonna be Van Zykes? That's gonna be new.
Yesn't?
Yes,
It wouldn't really be super new because
No.
Edworth was by our side for a lot of shit, too.
Yes, but I just mean, like, we are new to this, we are gaining friends and allies, and I wouldn't have necessarily picked Van Zykes as one of the first.
Yeah. Especially during the first trial.
Yeah.
Third trial.
I'm used to seeing prosecutors and being like, oh dear, okay. Gotta get through this trial and slowly earn your affection.
And there's Godot. I have it out for you for reasons I won't explain.
For reasons I won't explain that have nothing to do with the trial at hand. Has nothing to do with you being a lawyer. Has nothing to do with you doing whatever you're doing with this case. I just have a personal vendetta.
It didn't even really have that much to do with Phoenix, all
No,
told.
not really. It really was just like Phoenix just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Godot was like, "You."
You were at home sleeping at 3 in the morning, you absolute slacker. What?
I'm sorry, what? You didn't protect her. How was I supposed to know?
Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit, and what at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before?
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes.
Ah!
Oh, it's 15 minutes.
Yes! That's what I was gonna say, exactly. 5 extra minutes.
Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different.
It's not a murder?
It's a double homicide.
Fuck!
Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? I think you think out loud, Ryunosuke. I was to say, no one has died, as yet.
Yet.
And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research this case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
That's plenty of time?
So the trial's tomorrow then.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilda's trial. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right. Here we go again.
Part 2.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. It is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there's plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Cosmo always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Time's up.
Oh,
Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. Something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruto, what's all this about? Mr. Sogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
You're not lovers.
Hmm?
I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details.
Does he have chips in his hand?
Yes.
Hmm.
Or a really weird hand, I'm not sure which.
I sure hope this chip's not his hand.
How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. And just to finally land on a voice that I like for him, once
Yep.
we got to the end
Yep.
of him being here.
Yeah, as is the way of picking a voice and learning it and remembering it.
Well, it's like Southern drawl versus Southern twang
Yeah.
when it comes to British, because there's like Scottish British and
Mhm.
like British British, and there's a couple of different like subcategories.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time picking exactly what I want for each of them.
Mhm.
And the judge is a real son of a bitch because sometimes he'll have like the way he says order
Yeah.
is it's got a very particular way to it, but most of the things that he says
It's pretty straightforward.
could go either way.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for me to keep his voice.
There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama. What do you mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we better talk with the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What if I end up finding out that the ballerina didn't kill
Kazuma.
Mr. Sogi at all?
Hmm.
Because I got the inkling that that man was asking you what you meant because he wanted to find out what you were about and
Yeah.
whether or not he had to stop you.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, we got fish and
That's-
chips.
I don't think. Okay.
Oh, well.
This is weird. Could we trouble you?
He's got the head and neck of a bowling pin.
Sir, is that a magic item from D&D?
I'll never
You
go
just keep
hungry.
summoning fish from the top. It's weird.
You know, with how much fish and potato I've been eating since moving up to Maine, I would love that magic item, please. Please.
What do you think? Ah. Lovely weather, isn't it? It's raining all the fucking time. What's the weather got to do with anything? Ah.
Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know.
Oats stew.
But say oats?
Yeah.
I'm like a horse, I am.
But sister's son told me that it was foolproof. I read it in the book one time.
I'm a busy man. A very busy man.
Oh my god, why are you pecking at it like a chicken?
I'm hungry as hell.
These animations, I fucking
Metabolism.
swear.
My metabolism is like a 15-year-old football player.
Oh my god.
There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to get the likes of you a talking to.
Let's go to the crime scene.
Yeah.
We'll have a fish and chips date.
I don't know if I want to have a fish and chips date with this man.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. You know, because of some bumpkin who's here on a jump from a country I've never even heard of.
Oh, y'all are supposed to be smart.
Yeah, they rip it sound. It's my reputation at the yard going to tatters.
Wasn't you ripping ripping one right here? Like.
Summoning fish from the void.
The space
There's
whale from the
some
void.
Rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Eh?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue.
Eh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable. How did she pull that off?
She put on her pretty girl voice and bat her eyelashes a little bit.
Yeah. Michi does have a pretty cute voice.
What?
I said Michi does have a pretty cute
Oh
voice.
my lord.
So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. Scotland Yard.
All of Scotland has 1 yard?
1 yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
Not you too, Necro.
Negro just pops back from the void to say that.
I swear with y'all.
Been quiet for like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, bam.
Yep,
It is my time.
it's my time to shine. I swear.
What's the matter with Susuda-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her?
Gregson. Let's speak.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
One only.
You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Suto. But he's a London detective. Well, so is the other fucker that you met, so...
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Rance Magazine? Rance? I don't know.
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rivalry Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with It's from time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the bad lot. Is the pick of a bad lot of all Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
He is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now.
That's great, isn't it?
I have to admit, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Now it's in tatters, because I'm talking to you.
Yup.
Well, that's wonderful.
No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumours about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The name's gone to his head. Stuff like that.
I just like to make shit up.
Gosh, you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper. I can catch exactly what they're saying. You know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. Egg.
Oh,
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. The case.
So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman was walking alone along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious.
That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever was off with a suicidal takedown, would you?
This is neither here nor there, Mr. Nutterhoodle.
Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've anchored her now.
Anyway, after some of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
A knife with a leather M on it.
Damn. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Ever not.
Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Beric Van Zeeks.
Well, we just won against him last night, so... I don't know.
No. My lover and friend?
We
Sounds
made...
like you heard of him then.
we
Gregson,
made...
how
What?
How are you part of Scotland Yard and not know what happened yesterday?
You know, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, he was there... Yeah, he was there! He witnessed the burning.
Yeah.
Gregson's just... Maybe the bailiffs came from Scotland Yard. Maybe the bailiffs came from Scotland Yard. Maybe was what it was.
Solve the case.
Yep. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Van Zykes.
Very.
Very. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
Reaper of the Bailey.
Let's talk about him.
Lord Bert Van Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused have been damned.
The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose these aren't that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? No, it's because he fucking kills people.
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it is not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Agnes McGilden came a cropper at that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, Van Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it works. He doesn't work miracles, it works magic. Black magic. I've had a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? I mean, I'd already have a theory on that, but...
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, I filled you in it as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips.
Really now,
Which
I
is
think they were
impressive as hell.
replenishing themselves.
Sure, I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place?
That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You ran into a criminal already? He's as good as taking like a leaf in his cell he is. We'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and they'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Can't be arsed to give you a name or nothing.
Gotta figure it out yourself.
So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is so thrilling. Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too.
But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny.
So,
If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
will be equine inquiries?
Yes, I have to go talk to a horse
Hmm.
about a man.
Of course, of course. Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes. Let's go.
So with Edgeworth, there were situations where he was given fabricated evidence and set up
Hmm.
sort of without his knowing,
Yeah.
which makes me kind of wonder if there are just a lot of criminals that go up against the Reaper of the Bailey that he didn't do anything to them. It just he was the connecting point and someone
Yeah.
else fucking did them in.
Yep. Wrong place, wrong time. Let's go visit our prisoner.
The wrong place was wherever he was, and the wrong time was whenever he was there.
Yep. 19th February. Local prison, cell 9.
So these are British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruto. You're making it seem worse.
Apparently, our client is in this cell here. It's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like.
It's a shadow creature. May live. Inmate 53, your legal representative's here to see you.
Get
Stop.
the fuck out of here.
Stop hiding in the back of your cell and show your face at once.
Are you voicing him or am I voicing him?
Do you want to voice him? Since I took the defendant last game. Or last trial.
Am I? Am I a cat? As yet with no name. I thought he was about to go Cheshire on me, and then I was like, nope. He is calling into question the thing that I mentioned.
Mhm.
Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. You
Mr. Naruto? What? What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? It's Herlock fucking Sholmes. No, it was. Oh, never mind.
Hmm.
It was someone we knew, so I was like, it's gotta be. I guess it's not. Or the inspector?
Hmm?
A tired of complaints was in Japanese?
No.
No, someone completely new. Why do we need to do that? Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. I don't know, I'm giving him a British accent when he's Japanese.
Who can
Maybe.
say?
I don't know if he is or not. Right. So, there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost. A ghost? Are you okay?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese by any chance?
This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of the compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most fundamentally moving moment.
Alrighty then.
I'm having a real hard time figuring out what voice I'm using.
Yeah. I understand. I would also be like,
Who could have guessed that this new client, Lord Stronghart, assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student.
Yep.
Noble nurture, never failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
I stabbed somebody. Yes, I can. I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent.
Alright, my dude. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
It's a happy face.
Yep.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume.
Oh my lord.
Okay, Natsume.
Oh my lord.
Seki?
This is
Soseki?
yeah, Soseki. So oh, I can't remember now. I'm second guessing it. I'm pretty sure Natsume is his first name. Soseki is his last name, but they I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But
it always throws me off with their naming conventions.
yeah, and not only that, but there's some first names in Japanese that also I've seen as last names. So I can't always assume, especially when it comes to anime characters, because it doesn't always follow normal conventions. But I will say, Natsume Soseki was a real person. Natsume Soseki is a Japanese author, and he is notable for his work called I Am a Cat.
Well,
Yep. Now I'm just astral projecting because I'm just thinking about the Bungo Shiro character now, like, ah! What are you doing here, Soseki?
Soseki Natsume. San? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. Nom de plume? I mean, an alias? Why would you use the phrase nom de plume?
I don't know. That's right, Naruhodo-san.
No. It's so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of him.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery. Now this. Get on the pail! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? Oh, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? Oh.
What do you mean?
They told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. And that shit's bonkers. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy.
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Suzuki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit an atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? No. I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Here. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse. Curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Seki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case. Let us probe your mind.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my cursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed, too? As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let a little scream and collapsed under the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet.
How terrible!
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps?
He wants to use his words. Let him use his words.
I have the best words.
He spent a year studying them, after all.
I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know. To run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know of any of these fair-haired English? A young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. That's a mood.
Yeah.
I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. At the time it happened. Who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Did anybody pass out? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it?
Hmm? What conundrum?
Conundrum.
What do you mean, Suzuki-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if he didn't do it, and you didn't do it, and I didn't do it, who's driving this plane? Well, if it was Soseki-san that has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else there, no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did. But if that's the case,
Who reported him?
surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you. What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. You do that a lot.
Yep. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So, how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh, yes. He's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. All the bad luck. The cursed great detective? Could it be? Shall not forget that man's name as long as I live. His haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody begone. May be cursed until the end of your days, Hairlock Sholmes.
Hmm?
I knew it.
We all knew it. Mr. Sholm? Oh my god.
Huh?
Oh my fucking lord. Hold on. I don't know if it's the character's canonical birthday, but you know how I have my calendar that has just anime character birthdays on it?
Yeah.
There's a character, in one of the Otomes I played that's called Code Realize. There's a character called Hairlock Sholmes in it, or Sholmez. Apparently it's his birthday today, and it just turned midnight, and so after we'd had the revelation about Hairlock Sholmes, my phone literally lit up and said, Hairlock Sholmes' birthday. What the actual fuck?
Now you're cursed.
Now I'm cursed, apparently.
Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. Always expect Sherlock Holmes.
Yep.
Here's
They
the
never
morning
expect the Spanish Armada.
Inquisition?
Oh yes, there we go. That's what it is.
I believe that's also Monty Python, to be fair.
I see. Yep. I know some lines, but I don't know them well.
Just the morning after that nightmare unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. "It's the police! Put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. There he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. Since found that he is a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really well known. Very well known, excuse me.
This overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. Thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me. This weak, stooped kitten of a man. I don't know what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time.
Obviously, it was a revolutionist.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, before we dig further into that, we have hit the top of the hour here. So we should go ahead and take our ad break here. Keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you will hang tight just a little bit, we will be right back with more, I guess, Sherlock Holmes.
Okay. Let's get back to talking about Sholmes. Yay.
It's your fave.
It's my favorite. Sholmes. Yay. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' seduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was starting to panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. English foreign flimflammery. Well, we are in England. Can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do. And I'm fine.
Oh no.
Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine? It's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. What? Why? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh yes, alright. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. Please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one, though. At this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. It seems like I am.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. What? It's that armband. It's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh.
You- oh, that's exploded.
Who do you mean?
The lawyers, the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness! Why do you say that?
The same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There's only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. Foreign nobody to them. One not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before. My earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. Very different from when we had a foreigner in our court in Japan.
Hmm.
Everyone's like, nah, she couldn't have done it because she's a foreigner.
Yep.
Even had the gall to say that man doesn't understand half of what's been being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. Said more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I will halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. Will hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look in your eyes, I can see it. See what you've been through. Seki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean?
We
We shall
shall.
investigate the case. Oh, I keep doing it.
Okay. Also getting late.
I get used to talking.
Yeah. We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
But longer again. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. been talking? We did. Alright, Soseki. Briar Road we go. February 19th, Briar Road. A poor bike.
So this is where it happened. Briar Road.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that regulation metal helmet! It's unmistakable! The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak!
That is their job, you know.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, I see one with my own eyes! They're often depicted as in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet!
What? The helmet?
Of course. I had to try on one day. I had to try one on one day, yes.
Well, I hope your heady dreams come true.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh! Inspector Gregson!
This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
Let's see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose.
Can you all just... We got three people that aren't racist so far.
Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. Bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. The verdict's a foregone conclusion.
The stone cold air rejection.
Hey, Cart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. For whatever reason, I can't say Scotland Yard today, for the life of me. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
Yeah, most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. I certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes! Doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up.
Yep. Raps on the windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he saw us tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. Has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. Speaking of Boomo Stray Dogs.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far.
More than a step.
When it gets dark, of course, it has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my.
Gaslighting people.
It's the important job of gaslighting people.
And I suppose in between all those duties, bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you can call it in between exactly, or alongside. Yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart be my heavy head if you do.
It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Is it right that the lady's still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been treated in the hospital.
No, says she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course.
Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Don't say anything. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but
Just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that no one else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
what?
There were 2 very reliable witnesses, no less.
One work at a bank and the other sell hats, perchance?
One sells hats at a bank.
Oh, okay.
It was a typical foggy London day. Your client obviously didn't see them.
They're witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
Fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He did it. He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them, banging the act and all that.
Well, okay then. Did I have to phrase it just like that, Gregson?
Yep. It is weird that his wife would be with him, though.
Yeah.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? You're my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt it'll be summoned as a witness. So they'll give you something to look forward to.
A little treat. Just for you.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Thank you. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. You hear that, Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
What are you bringing him up for?
Is it something I said? Color is drained from his cheeks.
I understand this reaction all too well. It automatically had me on him, so I'm like, I'll click it.
Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. I almost said delusions.
I mean, probably more than that.
Yeah.
Fiddle faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh.
I know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish. Before you know it, claims to have solved the case.
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He's a great help to oh my god. Scotland Yard, though, isn't... I can't say Scotland Yard for the life of me, no matter how hard I try. First attempt, anytime it shows up, I cannot say it. He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble.
Ah!
Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, that's Ron's magazine.
The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, a wonderful publication, as you put it. Sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. Yes, can you on the Yard? It's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there's an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us. And to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. And it's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a close relationship.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well,
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer or the assault would touch that case with a barge pole.
because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
There's no way to save the man now. Waste your time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
The only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. The master criminals?
The violent ones.
That's right. He handpicks his victims. One of those are those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase.
He just wanted to see this new attorney. Once more.
He misses you dearly.
He does.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
Oh, Naruhodo.
Hmm.
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself. Tomorrow's trial. You got a lot of questions to ask tomorrow.
That's my job.
We're really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes, what is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean...
I think she does.
Yep. Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you?
I'm so excited!
Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address, even.
It's Baker Street!
But how do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. He puts his exact address, his phone number, all 16 digits of his credit card number, including the 3 on the back, and his social security number. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
You're not wrong. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susudo-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
And turns into a kleptomaniac that will turn into a hereditary disease for generations to come.
Yep.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage.
So, we're to have a reunion already.
Yay.
With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Okay. I will say, I'm starting to get tired. Like, real tired. And I don't know if I can deal with her luck tonight.
It feels like a halfway decent stopping point, to be fair.
Yeah, it does feel like a good stopping point. So, we'll go ahead, hit save, and save.
Bada bing, bada boom.
God Adventures.
Hmm?
Great Ace Attorney.
Oh.
It's God
God Adventures, exactly. Exactly. So we'll go ahead and wrap it up here tonight. I'm starting to dwindle. It hasn't been a bad day. It's been a long day though. It's very busy at work, so I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. You know, I had my food. I shut my eyes for about 30 minutes and got up to start getting stuff ready for stream. And now I'm like crashing again, so it's probably a good thing to stop for tonight. There's only so much I can fake a cheery Susato voice, especially when it comes to Sherlock Holmes when I'm tired. Let's see here. Let's see here. What's going on tonight? See if people are on. You know, I wonder if anyone's playing. Probably not, but one can check. Let's see here. Let's see. You know, we'll keep it simple. We'll keep it simple. Do this here. Oh yes, I love ad breaks. Do my own personal ad break here. I just want to make sure that this person's still streaming before we're raiding in. Yes. Lest I be into a situation, what was it, Flan the other night? Like, oh yeah, it's great! I'll just raid in here real quick. And shit, he's raiding out too! Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and raid out to Coffee Burr, who's playing Lethal Company right now. So yeah. I don't have raid message. One day I'm working on getting some emotes too, so it'll be real cool soon. I have money to buy emotes, so it'll be great. But yeah, we're gonna raid out to Coffee Bird playing Lethal Company tonight. What is today? Today's Friday. So next stream's gonna be tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock or 8 p.m. Central, or not Central Time. Why did I default to that? It's been a long time since I've done that. 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be doing some Genshin stuff tomorrow, and seeing if we can knock down more of the world quest stuff, just to be able to get that quest log finally knocked out. But yeah, that's what the schedules is for the rest of the week. You can find the schedule posted on Twitter too, which you can find my Twitter linked in the pages below. I have the scheduled pin as the pinned tweet, and it's also the place to best keep up with what's going on if I have to change anything and everything else that's going on. So definitely give me a follow there if you want to keep up with everything. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Soph.
Yep.
Thanks for doing Ace Attorney. Soon we'll meet Sholmes again. Maybe see if he's clinging to the wall like a cicada again.
That's how he is in his own home. That's how he is in his own home.
Yeah. It's just like he feels so much comfortable in his own home. Tutor. Yeah, on the tutor. I'm so tired. I'm trying my best to go through like everything and remember what I want to talk about. It is hard to just like form a sentence, much less think about what I want to talk about. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We're gonna go ahead and raid out now, so let's give Burb our love. And I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, until then, this is Michio signing off. You guys have a good night. I'll see you later. Bye, guys.